Hello, my name is Keenan, and in today's stream, the stream goals are to arrange the props and apply missing textures to the scene that we were working on. The second stream goal is to polish the slum scene in general. We really didn't do a lot of that in the last stream. We didn't get to it at least, so I'd like to get that part done in this stream. The third and final stream goal is to storyboard the second scene, which I feel like is the funnest part of this stream. I know in the last stream I said we wouldn't really be having too much fun, but this is an enjoyable experience for me at least because I do like to draw. Alright, well, let's just get to Blender first because I actually have a lot of stuff we need to do. And just want to get started really quick. So first off, I did a little bit of work off camera, which usually I would include it in the presentation, but I didn't really think that was necessary. If you watched the first stream, or the one before this, then you would know that we messed around a lot with the textures of this barrel, and at the end was I guess we kind of hit a wall, at least for the time frame, because the textures were clipping into each other, and we didn't like that. But we actually fixed that issue, at least for the most part. As you can see, this is kind of in some areas you can see it's kind of rotated and swirling around. At the end of the day, I couldn't really fix that, but a lot of the bigger issues I fixed. So I can say confidently that this would look good in the background of the scene, and so we can feel free to replicate this 30, 40, 50 times. That's what I'm guessing the number will be, and over time it'll just grow. So we'll just be using this model for background scenes where it would be appropriate to put it in. After we finished that, we started on another variant of that barrel. This is actually it's not quite different, but we did add second ring on the top and bottom, and the best part about this one is that we actually got the textures to line up properly. I don't know if that has to do with the roundness of the middle part, but because this is a lot less round than the first barrel, but it's definitely a lot better. You can see that all the wooden planks are aligned, and so I'm really happy with this too. And I actually want to make one more variant of a barrel, but for now I think this is great. We might play around with the colors a bit because I think they look a little too similar. We might make this lighter or make that one lighter. In addition to this, I also worked on a barrel holder, I guess. When you have lots of barrels, usually you'd have something to hold the barrels on so that if you were to rotate them like this, you would have something to set them on. And this usually wouldn't look like this, and this model isn't done yet, but so I'm just gonna real quick work on that for the start of the stream, but you can see how it's perfectly on there from any angle. You can see that it's proper fit. Alright. So, for starters, I think we should finish this barrel holder up, and then we should be able to get started on texturing this entire room, which should be easy enough. I already have a few textures lined up, and if we do get finished with that within the hour, then we'll definitely work on this character. His name is Charles. I modeled him not from scratch, but based off of Benjamin's model. And he actually is taller, a bit taller. And so I'm going to actually make this the default character model. So anytime there's a character in the background, this character would be that. And I don't plan on redrawing the background characters in 2D, but I still think it's good for reference. I'll probably try the method out and see if it works, but I don't think I'd be redrawing this in addition to the characters in the center field. Alright. So gonna be talking a bit less in this stream, but that's really just because texturing is a very monotonous task for me. You don't really find me thinking a lot about what textures I'm going to use, since I like to have everything already lined up. Since everything's organized already, there's not much to talk about, but I hope you'll bear with me because there will be other aspects of this stream that could be worthwhile. So alright, now I'm going to apply subdivisions, probably not too many, and I'm just gonna smooth out the edges of them. Because I want these to be 2 bars, and the bars are going to be connecting the two parts that are holding the barrels. You can probably get rid of this. Just hide it for now. This is a stick I just made to hold up this cloth right here. You can see that in the final render, the cloth is kind of weird looking without it. So I just decided to put that in to give it a sense of it being held up by something. Probably not too important to know that, but that's where this stick is from. Right now I'm trying to duplicate that stick and put it onto the barrel holder. I think it was a good idea to have this stick copied from something else rather than making it from scratch. If we had made this from scratch, I'm not quite sure how I would put them on here, but I know now I can just combine these with Control J, and then that'll just make them the same object. So I wouldn't have to deal with all the hassle. Then we can just copy this. And probably Alt-D it instead of Shift-D. That's something I learned yesterday. when I fixed the windows or the textures on them. I didn't know how to do so because I'd made all the windows separate duplicates with Shift D, but I learned that I could have just used Alt D, and even though I knew what Alt D was before, I completely forgot that it could be used for linking duplicates that were already duplicated with Shift D. So it was awesome that I remembered to do that. I'll actually make this wooden instead of metal. I actually don't know why I put this texture on here. That's okay. I already have a texture picked out for what kind of wood I want. And I really don't have to name these stuff because I'm gonna just duplicate all of it anyway. So. And now we're happy with this. You can see how it looks, or how the object looks when you put a barrel on top of it. So that actually looks really decent. You can see the shadow underneath. Really all I wanted with this. So I think we're ready to join them and texture them. I'm gonna go get the textures that I was talking about. Here it is. So let's go here, and even though the topology is going to be pretty bad, it's not really I'm not really concerned about that. All that matters to me is that I can UV unwrap it. And so I'm just gonna Control J, and that'll put pre-applied materials on it. I think it's fine that this is going into there. I don't think it'll affect the UV very much. So we'll just mark UV project 0.03 as the island margin. That's very important to me. So we can just easily move it around. I could probably hide this. and we won't really see well, we won't really see how the UV is until we apply something that we want, so oh, I think this is good. I'm actually not sure on this. I can see the themes. Obviously I wouldn't be able to see it from here. And then this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This looks a little too grainy, I guess. That's not the word. Too many lines, I think. So I might. Well, we might just smart UV click on this and see what that does. So now it's more horizontal, and we can see how much better that is, how much more realistic it looks. This is also a little bit realistic too. I was kind of going in there as if it was like a nub, but really realism. I'm not going for too much of that. We just want it to look decent from a medium distance. So like from right here, there was a scene that was like a person's right here. And this is going to be reused just as much as the barrels, so we should be able to well, yeah, we should be able to just Alt D with this. Alright, that actually went really good. So I think next, we should focus on changing the color of this particular barrel, because I actually don't like how similar it is to the first one. And so we should just change this to the shader editor. Stand this and get this out of the way. Alright, so it looks like we already have a color variation group set up on this. So, a bit too yellow. This is a bit too gray. I just want something in the middle. Not something too dark either, so. And I feel like since it says 40 on here, which means it's on 40 objects, that had an effect on something other than what I just did. Yeah, it looks like they're using the same thing. this I wanted to affect too a little bit. I wanted to turn down the random colors, turn down this stuff, and then make it look like that. I think that's perfect. And now, since I think that that was a link duplicate, everything should be like that. So here I just want to, as you can see, the distracting blank textures right here. I don't like that, and that could have really been easily fixed. I'm just gonna select now you can see that it's not there anymore. So not perfect, but a lot better. If I do that for every building where that is, then we should have a near perfect scene, at least for what I want. You can see even if it doesn't have a black texture, it's still a bit distracting. So you can just easily fix that by doing this, even if it's facing the wrong direction. Here it's facing the right direction, all the lines are going in, but if this was going vertically, then I still wouldn't need to change it much, since you know, it's not really going to be seen too much, especially if we want it to be it's kind of accenting the window rather than filling the entire space. But if it's a black texture, then we'll notice. But here, I don't think it's too bad. Stuff like this, though, we would definitely need to fix. So, just select this, go in here, and then select these parts. And then there, it's fixed. It's really that simple for this scene, at least. It's not going to be this simple for every scene. Sometimes you'd want to have a detailed windowsill. And I'm sorry about the lag. I should have that fixed in about a week. But for now, guess I'll just try not to use rendered and textured mode as much as I do. I'm a little more prone to it, as I built a habit of doing it early on in the scene's development. So when it got a lot bigger and I used a lot more textures, it got really laggy. So I'm sorry that I keep doing it, because it's bad for me too. But and I think I forgot to link this as well, so this is how I fixed all the windows. I just did Control L and I went to make links, and then I just clicked object data, and then it would link that in this. So this would be copying that, and it's in order. So you have to click the one that you want to be copied, and then you have to click the one that you want the copy to be copied from. Yes. So this is copying that, and I click that second. I guess we can get back to the bar. We don't know when I made this. So as you can see, this one is a lot bigger, but this one it's a little bit thinner. And even though I used the same method to fix the texture on these, which was, in case you're wondering, I went to edit mode, selected everything, pressed U and cylinder project, and that fixed it for this. But when I did the same thing here, like I just did, it gave this really weird spiral effect that I still can't figure out how to fix. But yeah, even though I did that for the actual textures on the side, for the middle I still had to select all this and go in and project it from the top. Same for here too. And I do want this to be smaller, so I'll just scale it down a bit. And I want this to fit on here too, just as much as this does. So I'll try and find a perfect scale to rotate this on. It's pretty decent. Here, it's kind of screaming to me that this isn't really symmetrical. I'm going to edit mode and fix this. Try to fix this. I have no idea how to go about doing this. My first instinct is to just rotate it. And that makes it a bit better, but still unsymmetrical in many ways. I like how this is a little more gray, but it still has some brown to it. And the brown is obviously retained from the textures. I didn't do anything with shading there. In fact, I don't even have a color variation group on here. So this is the default texture, which is a bit more gray. Alright, I think we can move on to texturing the actual building. Before we do that, I want to see if I can do one last touch up on this barrel. Not this one, but we make a copy of this and make it one last variation of this. This has one ring, this has two rings, maybe one with I'm not sure, maybe because these barrels are going to be used a lot, I just don't want to have two variations. So I could make it so like on edit mode, and I would have to squash and stretch this a bit if I wanted to apply the textures properly, in which case I would actually just duplicate this one then. Hold on, I need to find a good texture for this. Alright, I think I have a good idea for how this next one's gonna be. Boom. I'll duplicate this one. Translate it over here. Separate it, edit, and go. So I'll select this ring right here. What I want to do with this ring is I want to move this all the way up to the top. Oops. And I'll probably redo the texture mapping on this anyway, so I didn't have to worry about messing everything up here. And actually be smarter to dissolve these. Here, there's actually a texture that I don't want. Or not a texture. Face loop. I'm just gonna dissolve this. Or yeah, I think I'll just dissolve these faces. I don't know what that'll do to the texture. Alright, it didn't do anything. And if my assumption's correct, then moving this line should move everything. Alright, it doesn't. So that means I have to combine this edge loop with this one. So that'll oh, I wanted merge them. And then what should that do? Well, obviously we need to make another loop cut here. And then from here it doesn't look all that smooth. Probably smooth it out a bit. Alright, I think that's pretty good. And if you're concerned about what's gonna happen to this, well, I actually don't plan on doing anything with it. So, the difference between this barrel and this one is that this is going to have a ring on the top and a ring where this is, instead of just having them at the same distance. I think this is going to be good for variation. Other than that, we'd probably just mirror it on the other side. And rather than doing that whole process again, I think it would be faster to just select everything underneath. Go to face select. We just delete. Then from here, we could probably just go to the mirror modifier and go to Z. And I'll probably have to make this a little smaller. Go to edit mode. Then we could easily just apply this. And alright, so we have a flickering texture. We'll definitely have to remap this, but keeps saying it has an unequal amount of edges, but it has an equal amount mathematically. So weird. This is a selecting issue. Oh, so that's why the texture was flickering. That actually makes a bit of sense. Or it makes a lot of sense, sorry. So, on the top too. Yeah, it's on the top too, so. Something went wrong with the mirror modifier, I think. Unless that was just there already. Which I have a hard time believing. Yeah, that was not there before. There was an issue with the mirror modifier. Yeah, I know it looks like a jar, but when the textures are applied, it should look like a barrel, at least from far away. I don't know why there's that clipping though, that flickering, the texture. It's gonna cause distracting. So now it should work. Okay, so it's not working. Alright, so it worked. It took long enough. Alright, so I think we're done with this. Right now, I think the only other thing that's left with these barrels is to make sure they aren't all the same size, first of all. Let's really quick search this, because I like the current location of this. I want to track the original. And we can see how tall it is compared to the others. So yeah, it looks like this is the tallest. And it has the original texture and the swirl, so it's the original. And then alright, so it looks like looks pretty decent. Now the only thing left is to see what it looks like when rotated and put on the barrel holder. So let's just like that. Alright, I think that's a little bit... no, I actually think it's perfect. I want to do some touching up on this. It's actually bothering me a lot. Alright, I think that's great. The next step would be to texture all the stuff around it. So the floor, this see-through back room thing, and then walls. We already have these bars, these wooden I don't know, wooden plank things. We're going to be fitting with that color scheme, so nothing too red or yellow. Probably something brown or gray. And with this, I want to just do one final touch up. Sorry, this will be the last thing we do for this. This needs to be a different color. It's too similar to this. It even shares the same UV, so we need to change the colors. Yeah, so even if I make it a different user, it's still gonna affect the other barrel. I guess because it's the same material. So I guess I'd have to copy this material, paste it again. Sorry. Copy everything in it, probably. Probably won't carry over the normals and other things, but I don't really care too much about that. It's gonna lag our scene anyway. Give it. Add another one here. That. guess all we have to do is just select these, or I think it'd be better to just select these. I'm gonna select the rings and then invert the selection so we can even select the stuff we can't see. And we're almost done with the barrels and stuff. This is probably the last thing. I wanted to get a proper UV on this. Alright, there we go. And then from here, I think we can just change it separately since it's a different material now. So hopefully this works. Alright, yeah, it's different now. I'm just very thankful for that. Having trouble with that yesterday. I guess we can just change, because I know there's only so much you can do with this node group. It's more for, I guess, like a grimy texture, adding that through materials rather than trying to change the color of the entire texture. So I think a better way to do that would be through these two nodes that I really like. So I'm gonna connect these. Oh, I guess we didn't need the shader to RGB then. Just the color value. Yeah, we didn't need it. So I'm pretty sure we can change. Actually, this is not what I want at all. There was a node that was designed specifically for this, changing the color of a texture, and it's not the color ramps. I think it's called the somewhere here. Hold on. In the grass patch. Actually, I don't think it's this one. It's, sorry about the lag. Right here. Oh, that's what it's called. It's called the RGB curves. Alright. RGB curves. What I want. Gotta remember that because this isn't the first time I've been trying to figure this out. And did it pop in here? All right. Yeah, I think this is exactly what I wanted. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Isolate it real quick for less lag. Alright, so compared to that one, this is more red. It's actually looking for a yellow or something a little brighter. A lot of the barrels are darker or a certain type of wood. Looking for something a little less like that. So it'd be between red and green, so down here, blue. I don't really use this node a lot, so actually not sure on this. I mean, the barrel in general I think I like, but I think it's fine for a variation. Yeah, I want to get done with this too. So let's just get done with it now. It's a good time to do this. Next, let's try and do the textures. Just a real quick job. For here, this should be this same type of wood, but in a different color. So let's create that. Let's just isolate it and then project from view a little bit better. I think this is actually the perfect opportunity to use this node group right here, the Uber mapping node. Been really itching to use this one. Oh wait, this is not a color mapping node. This goes. Goes right here, I think. So, we're mapping. Go right here, and then I actually don't think this is. Yeah, the base color's not hooked up. This is a little weird, but to be able to no, it's the best option here would be to start over. Now that I know what this, now that I know where this goes, I'll just get rid of this. Didn't have to mess with the nodes too much, except for color variation, which I want. And then the RGB curve. So actually I want to make that, add that to my quick favorites. Then in addition to that, I'll probably just add RGB curve. And then this will be in or wait a minute. These two, I just want to add this to quick favorites too. And we can just localize all of this. Or I guess we have to, it's a bit stretching. Sorry, I had to use the bathroom. But I'm back. And for this desk, or not the desk, the counter thing, I think it'd be best to project from view from all sides rather than trying to smart UV unwrap it, because I do that. And it's stretched on all sides. So I think a better method for this would be to project from view. But for this, full screen mode's probably a lot easier. Or yeah, projecting from view, select sides that you're projecting on. These from the front. This. That's still stretching so I can see. We can not actually be the whatever notes down here, the mapping. I think it's the fact that it's generated, not UV. Change that to UV. I'm really not too sure about this texture. Let me try and find a better one. That'll be a bit difficult playing with these textures. If we do this, then everything kind of goes away and we get this new texture. We have to unwrap it separately, but I don't think this texture is just right for this scene. See if this one works. This is pretty decent, but I'd like it if it was a little more rough. That's the thing. Looks way too smooth for this scene. Yeah, this looks way too smooth. It's not supposed to be a 5-star bar. It's supposed to be run down or desolate. So this texture isn't good at all for this. I'm gonna use the one I just had. Even though it was weird to map, you see that it's a lot, well, you can't see anything here, sorry. Get a UV unwrap. I think it's because it's generated that it's messing up so much. We change that to UV, so it'd be alright. This actually is pretty decent. Could be bigger. But then you get repeating textures, which I don't want. The only other way to fix that would be to there's a node called the, well, yeah, I think I did this before, but super mapping. We just put that in, and it might actually make a lot of seams, especially over here. Let's see if that does that. Yeah, it's making seams here. Alright, so this is not the right node for this. A really good node group, but probably not for this one because it's so tiled. Should probably project this from all sides too. Let's see how that looks. Probably change this a lot. And actually, it'd be better if we just rotated this 90, right? And stretch it. No, that doesn't look very good. I guess we'll have to rotate this on. Can't have the rotations right next to each other. Yeah, this is pretty good. I think the contrast between this bar right here and this a little too much, so let's just change this up a bit. Well, I want to change the scale on this one. And actually, we were supposed to make shelves or compartments in this part right here, so we got to do that now. That should be easy enough to do though. Just do it real quick. That's probably not the way to do it though. Subdividing it is probably the best option. subdivide these. Then we can actually hold on. Subdivide one more time. And actually just make 2 compartments real quick right here. And it doesn't matter too much how big they are, but I guess they have to at least be, yeah, they can't. I'd want them to be a little bit smaller than this, so I guess I'm gonna have to subdivide again. Alright, I think that's pretty decent. Next, we'll probably we'll just fill these in. Wish we could duplicate that on this side, but it really doesn't matter. So I can just put that there. And for this, we'll have to do that again here. But this will be easier because we can just subdivide it. And that's what we did, so. I think that's a perfect height, but we need to do something over here to regulate it a bit. So I'll have to get rid of this. probably just inset as much as we can. Here too. Alright, so looks like we'll have to do this again. Should be simple enough though. Some of this stuff we're not even gonna see, so hopefully need too much managing. And as for this stuff, I showed earlier what I would do in these cases. I'm just gonna do that again. Select all the faces. And then we smart group it. And that pretty much does all the problems. And this we could just project from view here, and then that'll make that seem a little better. Then the same rotation won't work for everything, so we have to rotate this a bit. But the other rotation worked a lot worse, so we're gonna have to keep that. Here too on the top. We're not really gonna see that either, but just nice to be thorough with that. And then I think now we can get to coloring this a bit differently. So make it more yellow, I think. Alright, yeah. Do that yellow. But we don't actually want that unless it's dark yellow. In which case, fine. That's actually really good. Not too dark, not too bright. So there's a bit of stretching here. Go up here and fix that. Alright, this is very good. I like how this is. So we'll keep this. And then the walls should be very simple. So let me go get that texture. I'm going to be using the same texture we used for the barrels, except this time it's going to be darker, not lighter. You see it's lighter here. This is the default, and then this is lighter. We're actually going to do it a lot differently here. So let's just really quick localize this. Apply the texture. Sorry, Blender just crashed. Needed to restart again. Let me see where we left off. Yeah, this is final. That's where we left off. We were gonna apply a 4K texture to this, but never mind. Just apply a 2K one. Takes long enough to load that. Go and add a color variation. This setup with the color variation and the RGB curves will make it so textures don't look repetitive when you use the same kind, because this texture is very nice, and I end up using it a lot. It has an equal amount of roughness as it does, I guess, smoothness. It's not too rough. That's my point, and it works well for this building and this scene because it's really more of a brownish gray scene. This texture is very good by default, so I use it a lot. So then I have a lot of instances of the default texture. So this is good for changing up the default texture so it doesn't look like the default one, and instead it looks like a completely different texture, or maybe the same one but with a different color. And so I think a way to make it more red would probably just be to up this, not this here, not that, here. Yeah, this would be a method to make it more red. It's kind of what I want. Yeah, this is great for what I want. This is size 2, I think. So from here, everything's already made on the inside as well, so we can get that done. Then back here, and we can just go to the left and then project from view, turn it 90 and scale 2, and it looks seamless. Here is actually an important location, this doorway, and so I want the seams here to be non-existent, or unnoticeable at least. So a good way to do that would have been to project it with this. Since we already know the values, we don't need to do that. Yeah, so we can just project from view, rotate 90, and scale 2. And it should be seamless just like all the rest of the textures. And it's not, oh, you have to scale it on the X, the Y. Then we can scale it on the X. And then maybe move it on the X too. Seamless on there, up here, but there too. Alright, and then here, we actually don't need to be doing too much work. Just need to do the top. Project from bounds. Even need to rotate it. Not too much, just need to scale it too. And maybe place that. What type? Yeah, I think that's good. That's good how that is. I like that a lot. And from here, have the top, which is the most important part. Along with that. Object from view. Actually don't know how to format this. Probably not the top here. It is gonna be put up here. So we'd probably get away with just making this a different texture. So I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go get a different texture, the one we're gonna use for the roof, because I have to remember that in this setting, the houses don't have roofs. They just, or at least not ones built with the color palette of the walls in mind. So the roof and ceiling of this building is going to be just a board, like a wooden board. So should be, this texture should be good enough. And for a big room like this, it's probably going to be multiple wooden boards. I think this is good enough. And we can see how it looks in rendered view really quick. I can save first. And I actually like this. It's dark by itself, so I like that. We'll go to solid now so we can not have lag. Here, hold on, let me go here, and then you can see that the colors are all kind of different, which I like. I feel like they're a little too different on the wall. It's a little pinkish. I don't like. I'm gonna go to rendered mode and play with the just gonna play with this here. Alright, for the floor of this building, going to be a bit tricky. I want a certain part of the floor to have the floorboards kind of peeling off. That's going to be very hard to do with pre-made textures. So I'm gonna see if I can pull that off. Might not talk for a while, just because this is going to be a lot of trial and error. Probably not a lot you can take from it. I'm just gonna apply a texture and then see what happens. I might actually start leaking into texture painting. I think that's the only solution here. But I'm going to be using this texture here. See, this is perfect for anything with floorboards. But yeah, this is nice. Put up to 3. Then add a color variation node. Here is actually where I want that dirt spot to be. And for that, I think I'll need to do some modeling and some texture painting. With modeling, I think it's going to be dealing with vertex groups and displacement, which I have to make this part a vertex group, then displace that vertex group. After that, I'll texture paint that to look like dirt. Then I'll go back and make it so it looks like the floorboards are coming out. Sounds simple enough, but figuring all that out is going to be difficult. Before we do anything, we need to we can leave this as it is, by the way. We need to subdivide this a lot, but you only need to subdivide this a few times because this is the part we're actually really dealing with. So once we get here, I think we can just globalize it and see what's going on here. Yeah, that's actually perfect. A perfect lineup, since that subdivision ends right here. We can do whatever we want with this, and it won't clip into this, as long as we ease it back into the floorboards. The floorboards are right here. This is where that ends. This board ends, I think, right underneath there, which is perfect. Gonna be a lot of stuff here. This is a very important area of this building. Alright. So let's just start displacing this. Probably include this in it too. Probably have to add. Oh, before we do anything, we just simplify this a lot. We'll make it a vertex group, obviously, and then place this only within this group. And then let's see what we can do here. I wonder why I can't see it. What if we rename this? Go to solid mode, yeah. You just need this to place in a certain way. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. I think. Okay, so. Yeah, I think we should probably get rid of this because this isn't in the scene. There's all this stuff. This is not this. Yeah, I think that's good. Just reassign this. And then now it should work a little better, right? Or we have to go to edit object mode. Nope. Like that, and then we put this out to that. Alright. See if this will work. Made it. Alright, that works great. Now we can be free to subdivide this a little further. Probably not that further. I think this is pretty decent. But I think that's a little jarring. Yeah, that's definitely a little jarring. And then if we go back to material preview, I don't even think we'll be able to render this properly. So I wonder if we can make a sub vertex group. So make another one, but only that vertex group only has a sub section of this one. So in this case, this would be much higher than this. Alright, so assign this. I don't think you can add two. Oh, that'll do that. I don't think you can add that much. Yeah. You can see they're one or the other. The textures, at least. So. Oh, we might have to add another displacement. And oh, that's this one would be wow. This would be in the vertex group of just regular. And then that would be so weird doing this. A lot less so. Alright, that's a lot better. So now I think I can apply this just so we don't get too much lag. See that the wood is fluctuating a bit now. Save it. We could add another displacement. Probably not that, like that. Hold on. We could get rid of even more of these vertices. And this time, this is like, I want it to be a mound of dirt. this would be another vertex. Just so I don't get confused. Your inner. And then another displacement. Just for dirt inner. And then mode. Oh, I think I might have to move this up. Just this was working, then this would be like in the sky, right? Probably is way too high. Did we not assign the vertex group? Alright, yeah, we didn't assign it. We can probably reduce the strength to like 1 or something. Really, I'm just playing around with it. I've never really done this before. Give it a bit more push. Oh, that's not good. That is very good. I like that. I like that progression upward. Could probably up this a little bit too. In an edit mode, we could. Well, we have to apply this first. Alright, I think we can apply this, and then we can delete these two vertex groups. And we can go into edit mode. Oh, we need to apply this first too. This, go to edit mode, rotate it. We don't really care about what happens on the other side of this wall. Alright, that's pretty decent. Yeah, it's good. And then from here we can just remove a little more vertices. Trim it along the edges, and then not getting it all, that's the thing. Probably go local. So officially get rid of all the unneeded vertices here that would have affected and this vertex is somehow underneath, like it's like a cliff or something. Anyway, we can just remove that. I don't know what's with these gray spots. That's because of a stretch in the texture, or if that's actually part of the texture. I think that's actually part of the texture because it's like the nails. Anyway, we can actually assign this as a vertex group. Yeah, we can assign this. And go over here. Go to displace. Just this. And oh, okay. So looks like there's more vertices here that probably regulate. We can do that later though, because right now really we just need to displace everything before we start selecting other things. Once we get rid of the selection, we won't be able to get it back. We have to select it again. I guess it isn't too bad, but texture. Go over to here to clouds. Go back to this, and here being a bit weird. The strength's too high. Oh no, it's a vertex group, and the strength's too high. Lower that strength a bit. Oh, that's too much. Alright, and then we apply that. We can just get rid of this final amount. This is going to be the final trim here. And in this we can pretty much just go size we want, as long as it's not out of the building and seeable from the outside. So, oops. Go here to clouds. Go here, and then from here we can actually up the strength a bit. We're still in object, or we're still in edit mode. This is not Z. Yeah, I'm really getting the hang of this. Oops, we forgot to assign this as a vertex group. We'll assign that. Why we need to apply the modifiers. We just have a bunch of modifiers. We need to have a bunch of vertex groups. Here we can just deal with one, and it's incremental. Add this cloud texture up to again. Okay, so what's going on? This should be assigned. We need to make a new vertex group and assign it to that. And then here we should actually be able to, yeah, just up the strength a bit. Turn that down a bit. Maybe even rotate it. We can't do that yet till we apply it, but here we can actually we can just apply that, and then that's like almost perfect. from here. Oops. Sorry, Blender crashed again. These issues should be fixed in a couple weeks. I know it's very unprofessional to just have it like this. And this is not the save state we wanted. Probably as far as we'll get. Yeah, I'm sorry, because we're gonna have to do this again. That's fine though. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this again. I miss place. Here. Clouds. We can apply that, and then back here. Get rid of some of this. This should be the final one. Or maybe we weren't actually supposed to do that. We should have probably got rid of this stuff. Right here we should be able to just sign this. Just to be safe, just get rid of it and then sign in on a new one. And here, this place, and the group, add a new texture, and the texture will be out texture. Go here, and then it's just the Z. And you can edit the strength. This is probably a good strength for it. I want a positive mid level, so it's probably good enough. And then, as for the smoothing of all this, we can literally just apply this, and then smooth this out. Alright, I think this is perfect for a dirt mound that doesn't really need to be center of attention. Probably save. Let's go to texture painting. Here. Should be good. We can just go to texture view. And well, I wanna we're gonna be doing some just a large scale like new material. So I want to paint just on this vertex group. What I would do here is this, the radius a lot, start selecting this, really go into local global to reduce the lag. I want a pretty large radius. We should go about that far. Or maybe we don't really want to go too far. If we go too far, it'll start affecting the other parts of our UV. At least if we decide to paint on that. Yeah, I was painting on the other areas. Actually, really didn't want that. Yeah, it's still affecting the other areas. I wonder if there's a way to paint only on world space and not on the UV. So if we paint that, it'll paint all over the place. We just want over here, right? So we can't just paint over here, so paint all over there. Well, I don't know what to do here. Do a little bit more playing around with this, but I probably won't talk too much. Just know that after this, we'll probably get to the storyboarding. you know what? I'm just gonna not leave. 'Cause I still have like 35 minutes left for the stream, but I'm just gonna be right back so we can solve this. And I can't solve it by, let's say, 3:40. Then I'll just wrap it up. So yeah. But yeah. I'll be back hopefully. Alright, I'm back, and actually got it working. So, well, if you're wondering what I did to get it working, pretty much all I did was, I just made another UV map, and then I used that as a layer, and yeah. It wasn't easy though, so we might have to leave it at this. This was a 6-hour stream, then we would spend the next 2 hours doing some storyboarding. But unfortunately, we're not doing 6-hour streams yet. I'm gonna ease into this. And so, we'll just leave it at this. We have about 10 minutes left, so we could just optimize this. What I want is for it to be pretty much all brown. And actually want to paint another texture on it, so let's go to here and make a new texture. I think I know exactly what texture I want. I want the dirt texture I was using for the outside of the building. Alright, so I think I'll have to find that again. It's somewhere here. Just gotta find it. Yeah, I think it's here actually. Yep, it's here. This is the texture I was talking about, the dirt texture. So what we'll do is we'll just, well, we have to go and find a method on using this to paint rather than this color, because I don't want it to just be brown. Go to the image editor, and then we'll paint this in. Alright, that's gonna be it for today. I was planning on getting a lot more done, but I guess that's how it usually goes. Of course I have enough time to get this done off camera, so I'll probably get this done later on. If not, then in the next stream tomorrow, you'll be looking at the same thing. So, at least you can work through it together, so. Anyway. Thanks for watching.